ground show of the market where the trading candles glow. We gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day, Papa Mac, Preacher, Pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
Schlub up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, oh ho ho. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you've got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Then say, why are you so mad? Oh, 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 ha, ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay?
Here we go.
Okay, Jerry. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry?
Good morning, all you funny people. Sorry I'm late. We had a brief meeting this morning, Mrs. Pirate, myself, and her swimming pool contractors. And my presence was required, or at least I'd like to think it was. We have obviously had the cancellation yesterday, and as a result, they wanted to do the gunite today. Unfortunately, Mrs. Pirate shut that down because we have 90% chance of heavy thunderstorms starting at 11 o'clock tonight. And again on all day Saturday and a big part of Sunday. And that's not conducive to fresh gunite. So we rescheduled all that for Monday. And then we discussed some other issues while they were here. But that's my excuse for my tardiness. The good news is I'm free for the remainder of the day. I do have the ongoing battle with my son's Mustang. New alternator will be here today, but fortunately that only takes about 5 to 6 minutes to install. Especially since I've done it 6 friggin' times in the last week. I actually can do it in my sleep now. So I may have to take a little break from fun house here. But nothing to take too much time. Electrician.
Morning, Butler.
Good morning. They do have an electrician coming here today to string some, we call them spark chasers in the Air Force, but he's going to string some wire, make some connections. And they had just knocked on the door when Mrs. Pirate went to greet them. She was laughing that one of them was drinking a white Monster. And the reason it's funny was because she just told the boys yesterday that she'd wanted one. I guess that's an energy drink or something, but for whatever reason, she got a big kick out of the fact that these guys are drinking white Monsters this morning. Morning tech we love, UPS driver, audio, Good to see you guys this morning.
Morning. Good morning, everybody. Hey, Pirate, are you able to check if I'm on TradingView? It's saying VIX isn't trading. Is it trading on yours?
I don't have a VIX chart up. I usually rely on the crawler. CNBC has a crawler. That's where they do, you know, the S&P 500 and all that. So I'll keep an eye out for it and let you know what I see.
Thank you.
No problem. Brian said, is it true that all the carnival folks winter over in Sarasota? A lot, Brian. Frostproof is another place they stay. There's a couple little towns that are generally known for having a big group of the carnies. Oh, Tom D's weighing in on the carnies. He said, Brian, they go to a place called Gibsonton. So there you go. And Tom would know. He's more familiar. That's his neck of the woods. So I will defer to his answer on that. But Sandy, it looks like they're putting your salt controller in that Hayward device. You just pick that up. Something else. He let the cat out of the bag on the busted air compressor, didn't he? Didn't he say they stuck to the concrete guys were trying to get their compressor going? Yeah. Morning, CD Portoff. Good to see you. Incorrigible. I beg your pardon. Yeah, GrayLeaf, it'll be a long, boring weekend for me. I'll be on hold for the stock market till Monday, and I'll be on hold for the gunite swimming pool crew till Monday. I'll have to find something to occupy my time, some sort of a distraction to help me make it through Saturday and Sunday. The weather here has been incredibly nice. I might use the opportunity to do a little something in my garage that has become nothing short of a nightmare with my failure to put things away when I'm done with them. I've got tools scattered out every conceivable corner with 2 full-size commercial toolboxes that are for all intents and purposes empty. I should be ashamed of myself, but it is what it is. My workbench alone will probably take no fewer than 3 hours to clean. So I don't know. I have to think on that. I have to be in the right frame of mind to take on a project like that. Good morning, Richard. Papa Mac. Current news says that Trump won't get rid of daylight savings times as it is a 50-50 issue. Interesting. I don't really know enough about whether it is or isn't a 50-50 issue. I know most of the people in my orbit think it's just ridiculous. The changing of the clock by an hour twice a year seems a little bit silly. I know it. Their argument is that it had its place in time, you know, when agriculture and other activities that were seasonal, people needed more daylight at the end of the day to get projects done and what have you. But in this modern world, it escapes me why there is a need for it, but maybe somebody here can teach me. Brian said, after watching Pirate, now I think I want a pool. We've had pools for years, Brian. When the boys were very little, the missus would always buy the little tiny, pools for them to flop around in. You just sit in their driveway. And I was fortunate enough that some of the land that I had leased for our cattle operation, the one place the guy had a divorce and his wife insisted on having a pool. He bought a brand new, it was above ground, but it was a high-end above ground pool. It was all aluminum, huge thing. It had an aluminum deck that surrounded it, railings, all sorts of really nice stuff, but it lacked a liner. And he essentially said, you can have it. It's just sitting there on, he said, in fact, I'd like to see it gone. So the kids and I went over and we spent a day disassembling it with a screw gun. We carried it home. And I shared some pictures the other day, but I used an excavator. Our farmhouse had a hill behind it. I just kind of dug out a half moon shaped flat spot in the hill and then hauled in some sand. And we reassembled that. Mrs. Pirate did her thing with parts and got us a liner. And when it was done, it was tantamount to an in-ground pool, at least on 3 of the 4 sides. And it was real close to the house. And she and the boys just loved that thing. They lived in it in the summer. It was virtually no cost. I think she paid $300 for the liner. And of course, some chemicals and electric. But despite the bitching and moaning about how much work they can be, we're going to have a lot of enjoyment, a lot of good family memories. But that was our first pool, and then a real pool. And then, of course, when we bought this house, it already had the little fiberglass pool that I've shown you that we demoed after using it for 11 years. But I would argue if you don't have a if you don't have a family, I don't know that it's worth the expense. I don't know that if it was just me as a bachelor, if I would put in a full-size pool. But to each his own, as they say. No, Donkey Kong. I don't even know if there is such a thing as a used swimming pool liner. You buy a brand new one. Oh, Brian says remanufactured liner. Very funny. You guys got jokes this morning, don't you? Look, man, I tried to get up with a new attitude today. So don't be pushing my buttons. You keep poking the bear, you'll get more of the grumpy guy. Sandy, they're making fun of me. They want to know if you bought a remanufactured liner for the pool. Huh? See? See, you guys done started it. She said, I'm telling you, there was nothing wrong with that alternator we took back yesterday. And she might be right. They're going to send that brand new one today, and I'm going to put it in. And if the car still acts up, I'm never going to hear the end of it. But that's fair. Kong says, I like the crusty Pirate. I hear that from time to time, Kong. And again, it's not something that I can fake. It's not like a costume I can put on. It has to be organic. So if the kinder, gentler Pirate doesn't trip your trigger, then I can't help you. You'll just have to wait for the next wave of uncontrolled anger and anxiety to wash over me. And then you can sit back and enjoy the fireworks. You can rest assured it happens from time to time. I've never been diagnosed, but if I had to just throw a guess at it, I would say I'm probably borderline, what they call manic depressive, maybe. Yeah. I've made it work for me most of my life, especially the manic part, uncontrolled energy and the need to do something, obsessive compulsiveness. I'll just pick a project and dig into it, and I can accomplish in a short period of time what it would take a mere mortal 5 times as much time to do. The bad side of that is when it swings the other direction into the depressive part, it can be challenging, as they say. Papa Mac says, it's not too bad. When I'm on my desktop later, I can talk you through it. Okay. Oh, you're talking to GrayLeaf. My bad. I apologize. I get my conversations crossed up there. It says, if I could call him dumbass or numbnuts at least once a day, I would appreciate that. I could probably accommodate you there, Tom. That's not going to be too difficult. I'm gonna just take a shot in the dark here, Pong. I'm gonna say that movie, That 70s Show. I guess you like the dad in there. Wasn't he the one that constantly referred to his kids as the dumbasses? I think it was That 70s Show. I might be wrong. The topic of swimming pools, I don't think I ever shared this story on KC, so here's some fresh content for you guys. We had Mr. Pirate had one of the little pools. It wasn't like the little plastic ones they sell at Walmart you see most toddlers in. This was more like something you would inflate with an air compressor or something, and it was probably like knee deep, maybe just a tad more than that. So, and it was enough to where when she got in it, obviously as an adult, the water would, come up waist high. But for when the boys were very little, it was absolutely perfect. But they were in that thing one day when a sudden summertime squall popped up in Indiana. Just a big wall came roaring in. Of course, they didn't want to get out of the pool. There was no lightning. Whether it was wise or not, they remained in the pool. But a huge wind picked up. And for whatever reason, was it Sandy, a white hen ended up in the pool? Yeah, a hen, we had 20 or 30 laying hens around. They were trying to fly away, and the wind got them like a side-loading breeze, and the chicken ended up in the pool. And then the chicken lost its shit and started squalling like it was for its life. Of course, the wife is trying to save the boys by getting the hen out of the water. That triggered our rooster. And I should probably share some pictures of our rooster someday, but he was a force to be reckoned with. He was literally a force of nature, a badass in all respects. Well, he thought one of his bitches was in peril. But then and it was quite the hectic moment. I got to see the latter part of it right as it was coming to an end. But it's one of those things, one of our family stories that they look back on with fondness from the farming days and talk about. The rooster had already established himself as the arch enemy of both Mrs. Pirate and both of my progeny. When they would gather the eggs, he would, that some of the hens would fuss a little bit. And of course, he would see that as an encroachment on his territory, and he would try to defend them. So it fell to the boys. Jesse, the oldest, was tasked with using a push broom or a broom to act as a defender. He did the rear guard to fend off the rooster while Mrs. Pirate and the little one could get the eggs out. So they were already, what do you call it? The peace was broken already between the rooster and them long before the swimming pool episode. There was a détente, if you will. GrayLeaf said the hard plastic kitties sandboxes make a good heavy-duty dog pool instead of the thin plastic kiddie pools. Yeah. Yeah, the diplomatic relations between the rooster and the family were tenuous at best, especially around the time to harvest those eggs. But the swimming pool debacle, that was one of those things where it quickly spiraled out of control. The ceasefire was broken, full-on combat for a while. Yeah, Papa Mac, adversarial in all aspects. That rooster was a son of a bitch, man. He was a sucker puncher too. You'd walk by him. You always need to keep an eye on him, and I would caution people if he was nearby. You don't turn your back on him. That prick he's a sucker puncher if there ever was one. And he'd wait till you turned your back, and then he would charge up on you, and then he would flutter up, use his wings to get a little altitude. And he had them big spurs, the weapons, his spurs were easily 3 inches long. And he would try to drive those into your legs. I worked in shorts a lot in the summertime, even though I had work boots on. And that would leave my calf exposed. And he got me one time and drove that spur into my calf. And of course, it's not the most sterile part of the chicken. I'm sure it's loaded with chicken shit and any other bacteria you can think of. But not only did it penetrate the muscle and make it, just from penetrating it, made it sore, the ensuing infection was fucking brutal. But yeah, I learned fast to put an eye on him. He wasn't easily bluffed. You couldn't shush him away or shoo him. Waving over your arms, being loud didn't work. You had to do combat with him. I mean, I kicked him as hard as I could with my boots on a number of times. And sometimes it would take at least 2 kicks before he would retreat. Mrs. Pirate's chiming in from across the room. She's like the water hose. She's like, he hated water, so that was her thing. She would keep a garden hose standby. We had water next to the chicken coop so we could refill the chicken waterers, and it had a hose on it. But she would hose his ass down real good, and he didn't like that. The wife is hearing me tell the story to you guys, and she said, poor Jesse, our oldest. It's no wonder that, it's a small wonder that they've grown up to be relatively well adjusted with all the craziness they were exposed to in their childhood. Swimming pool chicken story is one of my go-to stories about our children and their childhood. It's second only to the electric fence story. We had an electric fence that ran just next to the swimming pool and the house, the farmhouse, so the cattle could get really close if they were in that particular pasture. We did the thing called rotational grazing, where they got moved every 3 days. But in that 30-day cycle, they would be 3 days right there by the house and pool. And of course, they had in the spring, they would have their ever-present calves with them, little bitty ones. And they're curious. And of course, the boys always wanted to pet them and feed them. And if you could extend your hand out with a little fresh, tall grass out of the yard, because the cattle didn't have that available to them. They'd eat everything down, including the weeds. So if you would approach that fence with a nice big handful of green grass, the cows would come, and then the calves would come with them. And if you did it just right, you might get to where you could pet the calves a little bit. And once the boys learned that they could do that, but they failed to respect the admonition that we gave them regarding this electric fence. And the calves would stay just far enough inside of that fence that you couldn't touch them. And it would encourage you to reach ever farther and farther through those 6 strands. Now those 6 strands of fence, only 4 of them were electrified, but that's neither here nor there. But where I'm going with this is the boys would just, they'd say, if I could just reach a little bit farther, that calf can get this grass, or he'll nibble on it, and if I can reach a little farther, I can touch him. And I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. Eventually, their arm or their elbow, if they lost focus, if they're focused on that calf, they would touch that electric wire, and of course, it would bite their ass real hard. But what made it funny was when it would shock them on the arm, that shock usually runs up your arm and culminates in your shoulder. It didn't really go through your whole body. But it would startle them so bad. And then the youngest of ours, when he got shocked on the arm, it caused him to stand upright really quickly. When he did, he put his forehead against the top wire. So if you're keeping up with my story here, he first gets shocked on his arm, and then as he recoils from that, he gets an even bigger shock by the wire hitting him on the forehead. And of course, then it knocked him over backwards on his ass. And of course, the wife and I are sitting there on the ground watching him this whole time. We thought it was hilarious. I guess maybe you could argue maybe that's poor parenting, but in the end, we thought it was one of the funniest things we'd ever seen. But they learned, as young boys do, they learned the hard way how to respect that fence. It's worth noting that when the boys Jesse was already born, but he was only 3 years old. Logan was born on the farm, born when we lived at the farm, but the wife she was concerned about the electric fence. Being a city girl, she hadn't really been exposed to it. She wanted to know, she was always curious as what it did to the cattle, but she wanted to know what was going to happen to her babies after, knowing that eventually they were going to touch it. And I said, well, there's only one way you're going to know. You need to touch it. So she reached out and got a piece of it. I did tell her, don't grab it, because when you grab it, the electrical charge will make your hand close, and you'll actually squeeze tighter on the wire. I said, touch it with the backside of your hand. So when your nerve contracts, it will literally, your hand will reflexively pop away from the fence. So she got a little taste of it to see what it was like. And didn't your sister do it too? Wasn't Robbie with you? Yeah, my wife's sister was in town, and it was their, I guess her motherly instinct kicked in. She's like, I want to see it too. So they both got a little electroshock therapy, and that was kind of fun. Donkey Kong says he learns the hard way on just about everything. Yeah, even myself fell prey to it once, GrayLeaf, unintentionally. Now, there's been no shortage of times I would bump it and get it on accident. Whether, I backed into it or whatever, it's just the way it is around that stuff. But one time I had Jesse with me. He was about 4 years old, maybe 5. And we were going to climb through the fence, and I wanted to make sure that it was turned off. And I couldn't remember if I'd unplugged it or not. So I knew I had to take one for the team, and I thought, well, I'll touch it first. If it doesn't shock me, then I'll hold the wires up so he can duck under, and then I'll climb through. I had to gather up my courage, and I touched it, and nothing happened. And the way an electric fence works is it pulses. It goes on, off, hence the pulse. But I thought, well, maybe I didn't hold on to it long enough. So I touched it this time, and I let my hand linger against it a little bit longer, and all I got was a mild, very mild tingling. I thought, it's not like a battery. It's not like the electric charge lingers in that. Perhaps something's amiss here, and I didn't want my son to get shocked. And then it dawned on me, I thought, well, it's been really dry. Maybe I'm not getting a ground. The way an electric fence works is when you touch it, the electricity goes through your body and it goes back to ground. Electric always wants to go to ground. And then it goes through the moisture in the ground back to the grounding rod at the barn. So in an effort to be thorough, before I put my son on it, I had boots on too. I kneeled down on the ground, and I had bare knees. So I had my bare knees on the ground, which would emulate like a cow's bare foot or hoof. And then for whatever reason, I licked one of my fingers and I drilled it down in the ground to make sure that I had a good contact with the ground. And then I reached out to touch the wire for the test. And it knocked me completely over backwards and knocked my baseball hat completely off. And of course, a 5-year-old boy thought that was riotously funny. He thought that was literally the funniest thing he'd ever seen happen to his dad. And of course, we discovered then that the fence was indeed on. We'd have to walk all the way around. So yeah, even I was not immune from the electric fence. So there you go. Sorry if that was a little longer or filled with unneeded details, but I thought you might find some humor in it. The boys are always challenging one another, telling them to pee on it. We had the joke that we would play on the noobs that came to the farm, Papa Mac, was I told you that fence I designed it, it had 6 wires, but only 4 were electrified. So the very top wire was electrified to keep a cow from trying to climb over the top. The middle wire, if you will, right about her nose height, where a cow walking or standing at rest, right about where her nose would be, that one was electrified in case she tried to reach through to eat grass on the other side. And then the bottom 2 were hot, and those were predator wires. Those were made to try to keep some of the coyotes out, or to keep a young calf if a young cow wanted to like push underneath. So you had the 2 on the bottom, 1 in the middle, and then the 1 at the top. But what that left you was 2 wires that were just there for a physical barrier. They were not electrified. So the scam was, if you knew that it was the second from the top, obviously was one of them, all you had to do was reach out and touch the wire and hold on to it, and then you could look at a friend and say, it's not on. I'm telling you, we don't have to walk all the way around to go down to the lake. We can cut across this pasture. Look, it's not on. And then you let go of it, and the trick was that for whatever reason, they wouldn't grab the same wire. They would always grab the top, because I don't know why. Sometimes they would, but if they grabbed that top wire, it was going to be funny. Not everybody fell for it, but you stood a 50-50 shot of getting somebody really good with that one. And Carpenter says, after you work cattle, and then he has a picture of a cow, there's always a calf prize party. I have no idea what that means. 0. But that's not surprising when it comes to my communications with Brian. Often he confuses me. I miss cattle. It's probably one of the top 3 most rewarding things I'd ever participated in terms of just, you felt a sense of accomplishment and enjoyment. Just everything about the lifestyle was very, almost like a Norman Rockwell painting type existence, or pastoral existence. It had its moments of drama and anxiety, but they were rare most of the time. It's serene, but the sense of accomplishment, whether you were baling hay or helping with the little calves, it really was a fulfilling pastime, if you will. And then simultaneously, the single worst financial investment I'd ever made in my life. I barely come out of it with breaking even. And if you calculated the hours and time I put in it, it was an abysmal loss. But, that's the way it goes. Oh, Brian says, castrating bull testicles, you fry them all up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we didn't do them that way, Brian. We banded our cattle. We didn't cut them. I had a bander, put a big heavy rubber band on them, and then it was pulled really tight via a potentiometer or tensiometer. And then it had a metal wedge on it that you would open up. Like instead of squeezing a pair of pliers, it would be the opposite. You pull the handles apart from one another, and it would crush a little metal ring, and then that would hold so the testicles were down in the scrotum, and then it had that rubber band cinched really tight above the testicles, and it cut off all the blood flow. And then they would just dry up like grapes on a vine, and then eventually they would drop off out the field. Ryan says they fried them up, and that's why they called them calf fries. I get it. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we did ours one at a time, Brian. We had, like I said, I'd had about 30 cows that were bred, and most of them would drop their calves in real close, may not be to the hour, but usually there would be a few days or at least a week where they all of them give birth. But what I would do was I would just watch, and if I saw a cow where she was getting, she got soft in the back and supple and she bagged up, her milk come in, you knew that she was getting ready to drop one. I would keep a close eye on her. And then once you recognize the signs, you'll see them they'll segregate themselves from the herd. They'll look for a place in the field to go hide, or maybe if there's some trees around, they'll go sneak down a little valley so they can have some privacy. And I knew then, and then all we'd have to do, if I could get to it right away, and sometimes I even like to be there, that way if there was any problems, I could help. So I would, the calf many times, most of the time, they couldn't even stand yet, and I would just put the tag in their ear. And then we had to tattoo ours. Our cows were registered, and they didn't allow you just to use the plastic ear tags to have registered Angus. You had to either brand them or tattoo them. So I had a tattoo machine, and I would tattoo the number in their ear, inside that little pink skin right inside their ear. And I would do that and then band their testicles, all right there within sometimes literally minutes of them being born. And I didn't have to worry about catching them. They were easy, easy for me to get a hold of. Mrs. Pirate would make sure the mama cow didn't try to stomp my brains in. Most of the time that wasn't a big issue. But yeah, we'd do ours one at a time as they hit the ground. Yep. Our tattoo ink was green, exactly. I had a little box of numbers. They were, and the way they were, the tattoo was like a little gun. Again, it was kind of like, it wasn't even a tattoo gun, it was like a pair of pliers. You had a box of numbers from 0 to 9, and then you could load those numbers up into that, what looked like a little pair of pliers, and then you just squirted the ink on it, all those, and then when you stuck it in that cow's ear, squeezed it real hard, of course those needles would punch into that pink skin with the pigment on it, and voila, permanently marked. Some of the friends I had moved towards, nobody around us did the hot branding. Some guys did move towards the cold branding, where they used, I think it was liquid nitrogen or something, like 300 degrees below zero. They'd put their family brands and their numbers in that branding stuff. and they would brand the cattle, and the scar would be white. It was kind of cool. Instead of it being a traditional brand, the ranch insignia would be in white on the hide. But to my knowledge, though, with registered cattle, there was no getting around it. You had to tattoo the ear. It was kind of cool. You had a birth certificate for every calf. You had to register it with the Angus Association. You needed to include the sire and the dam, both the bull and the cow. You needed their names, their nicknames, their proper name as registered, their number. And of course, you had to pay for it. You had to pay for each birth certificate, but all of that was value added when it come time to sell the calves or sell the whole herd. It went a long ways towards getting more money. I missed the update at the top of the hour, but we're just almost an hour into trading. Nothing noteworthy. AMC is stuck yet again at $3, 3.045 to be exact. While GameStop is at 24.145. I beg your pardon. So, nothing changing. Non-existent volume. There's a little light volume on GameStop, but really nothing worth mentioning. For the time being, the charts are going to be boring. Sandy, I'm going to ask those guys about the electric wire and the switch that we have in here. I'll be right back, guys. I have a question for the electrician. You'll have to excuse me.
So you were nice to your kids. My dad did something different. We had a buddy's go-kart wasn't firing up good. So my dad said, we got to check this, see if it's getting a spark. And he hands me the spark plug cap and yanks on the cord. And I start shaking and he said, it's got juice.
I remember that feeling one time. That's rough.
Welcome back. Sorry for the delay. Friends and foe alike. Electricians hooking up some stuff. Among other things, the swimming pool lights. And he was unaware that we had a light switch inside of the house that allowed us to manipulate those lights. And his plans just called for a new timer where the lights would come on automatically every day, turn off at sunrise. And I wanted to make sure that we didn't use that. We'd go back to the old, I want to be able to just turn those lights on and off for a number of reasons, but not the least of which is the swimming pool lights have different programs. Like on the 4th of July, you can program that light to run red, white, and blue, red, white, and blue, red, white, and blue. Or if you want to have pissy time, you have like a romantic mood, lavender, that slowly changes to pink or whatever. And there's like all kinds of programs, and the way that you select those is you toggle through them, meaning you turn the light on and off, on and off. Well, if you don't have a switch in the house or nearby to pick the code that you want, you'd have to go all the way around the house to where the engineering stuff is and turn the timer off, and then go look, and then go back and turn it off, or have somebody yell. So given a choice, he said it's not good to have both. So we asked him to eliminate the timer for the light and leave it on the switch. So that explains my absence. I'm sure most of you probably don't give two shits, but I have nothing else to offer you as far as storytelling, so you get what you get. I can read some of the messages I missed while I had my brief meeting with the electrician here. Muller says, hope everyone has a wonderful day. Any problems with the pool guys today? Yeah, Muller, we had to cancel. They failed to show up yesterday to shoot the concrete, the gunite, and they wanted to do it today. The problem that presented was we have a 90% chance of heavy thunderstorms starting at about 10 o'clock tonight. And unfortunately, that concrete won't be hard enough by then. So I had to cancel it. They wanted to try to do it today. They're eager to have it done. I had to throw the kibosh on it. We have torrential rains both tonight and tomorrow, and there's no need to expose ourselves to unnecessary risk. They're going to have to put some tarps up over the whole job site to keep it from turning into a giant mud hole. But that's far less work than having them pour the gunite, shoot the gunite, have it be damaged by the storm, and then have to demo it all and start over again. So he agreed that it's probably, although it's not pleasant, it's the right course of action. So they're going to put some tarps up to help the banks retain their structural integrity so they don't cave in from the water washing. Because our house sheds water right to where that pool goes, and it looked like the Niagara Falls on just a good heavy rain. So too bad there will be no gunite today. If yesterday was their window, if they could have got it in yesterday, it would have cured by now and by this evening, and the rain wouldn't have been impactful. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and too late. That's water under the bridge, as they say. But Mr. Pirate has asked them to try again Monday. Meanwhile, the electricians are going about their business installing some of the electrical devices and things. So they're making some progress, but for the most part, Muller, we are on weather hold. I'd be happy to snap some pictures and share with you guys. I take a lot of pleasure in that, but unfortunately, we don't have the ability to add them to the class for the rest of the class to share. People in Discord will be able to see it whenever, so. They estimated
Hey,
6 weeks from start to finish. And we are just now, the farther it goes, the more things slow down. It's kind of like when you build a brand new house. You pour the foundation, your carpenters come out, they do the rough end, put the tube up boards. You get what's called a dry end, where they get the roof on and maybe some windows up, so that now the house is no longer open to the elements. And by a casual observer would think, well, you're almost done. But the truth of the matter is you've barely started on the house build. And he kind of compared the pool build to that, you know, people get excited because the hole gets dug, the new pipes go in the ground, and you shoot the concrete or the gunite. Like I said, to the casual observer, you're like, well, damn, we're almost ready for a pool party. It's like, yeah, we're really only about 30% through with this. It's kind of like that, if that makes sense to you. Good morning, Rugged. Good
morning. How you doing? Happy Friday.
Yeah.
I just heard a headline about Putin being open to a ceasefire with terms of some sort. So I'm not sure if we'll see any impacts on the market based on that. Just wanted to kind of drop that in here.
I might be wrong on this, but I think Putin has been pretty much open to the idea of a brokered deal. It's the way I have read it, the limited amount of time I've spent looking into it, was that Zelensky is the one who doesn't want to put a stop to it.
Right. Oh.
That was the whole point of the crazy press conference, if you will,
Yeah.
or the meeting that they had in Washington. Trump brought him in to essentially say, listen, I'm going to go ahead and I can get we can get a ceasefire. I think Trump felt relatively certain, whether he said so or not, that he could get Putin to agree to an immediate ceasefire, a cessation of all hostilities. The killing can stop right now. And everybody just freeze in place. Everybody just stay right where they're at. And then let's get together and talk about how we're going to go forward. Does Putin get to keep some of the land they took? Does he give it all back and go home? We can discuss all that, but let's start with the killing stopping. And that was the hardest part for me to understand is that, and I don't give a shit what anybody says, the Ukrainians are losing. Now they're saying, well, no, he's standing up good to the Russians. Well, I'm sure he is, but there's plenty of Russians dying. There's plenty of Ukrainians dying. The thing is, the Ukrainians are going to run out of human beings before Russia does. That's what's called attrition. If we just kill each other one for one, the guy with the biggest population ends up winning. But these fucking morons refuse to have a ceasefire because the money doesn't stop. They need that fighting to continue so the money keeps flowing. Yep. And it amazes me that the Democratic Party now is the party of war. They're literally, they can disguise it in whatever fancy words they want, but they're advocating for continued war. If you distill it down and be really honest about it, all Trump was asking for was a ceasefire until a meeting could be had to try to figure out how everybody can maybe. There's an old saying that if you leave a meeting and everybody's pissed off, it was probably fair. If you leave a meeting and one side's really happy and the other side's pissed off, somebody got fucked. But I digress. Trump's point was, listen, let's stop the killing right now and let's have some meetings. And they wouldn't do that. And I'm like, okay, well, that tells you everything you need to know right there.
Yeah. And I think Trump had mentioned earlier this morning that if if Russia kept pummeling, then there may be some sanctions there. So I'm not sure what's going on at the moment, but I just hear that, maybe they're approaching something closer. I think they just need to even get to the table to talk about whatever those terms are. So, see.
We'll tell you this: if you hear anybody going on and on and on about it, the first thing you should query them on is, are their opinions based on their knowledge of the combat and the situation, or is it just based on their hatred of Trump? See, right now you've got a large portion of the country, they're just anti-Trump. They don't give two grizzly fucks about the Ukrainian people. If it was reversed, if Trump was anti-Putin and or whatever, they would hate them. So again, their whole philosophy on this subject is whatever Trump's for, I'm against, and that's some small-minded shit. You got to be a particularly ignorant person to base your opinions on something on just complete opposition of what somebody you dislike has. Because the reason I say that is, if you ask most people what they know about this, it's butkus. They know fuck all about what's going on over there. Most people don't even understand that a lot of the Ukrainians, their language is Russian, their culture is Russian. They are Russians. Not all of them, but a lot of them, especially if you get in like the Donbass region, some of those other places. And then very early on in this, the Ukrainians were shelling other Ukrainians. They were literally killing what would be like Texans shelling Floridans or attacking or people from Louisiana attacking people from Florida. They're all Ukrainians, but they were, because one side was, and nobody realizes all of that there's a lot of internal conflict there. Not only that, but some of that stuff has been historically Russian regardless. Again, those particular regions, the people there are Russian. They want to be governed by Russians. They want to be part of Russia. And of course, Ukraine doesn't want to give them up because they just want the footprint of the land. But to some extent, part of this is, I don't want to say a civil war, but there's an internal conflict in parts of Ukraine as to whether or not they support Putin or that they see him as an adversary. So it's all not as clear as everybody gets. Then you combine that, Rugged, with the whole concept of Putin said no NATO. If you try to make Ukraine NATO, meaning you're going to park all those incredibly powerful weapons right on my border, no, that's not happening. He's like, that is exactly what we'll go to war for. Well, goddamn, that's what they're pushing for. Everybody in the EU, everybody now, that's the big fucking thing is NATO. I was like, you realize you're cheering for the one thing, the very one thing that man said he would go to world war over? You need to think about that for a moment. So again, that all this is taking place, and all Trump was saying was, hey, listen, how about we just stop for a second? Everybody stop the killing and let's get in a room and talk. And there's a lot of people that don't want that. And the only thing I could say is the reason they don't want it is because they don't want the war to stop. And while I'm on my rant on this, Rugged, I'm going to say this to anybody in the sound of my voice. Lace up your boots. Don't run your goddamn mouth. They're taking, you can volunteer today. There's websites on there. They'll give you a plane ticket. I've seen two guys on Twitter, wealthy men, saying, I'm sick of hearing your bullshit. I will fly you first class to the Ukraine if you go volunteer to fight. If you're willing to send my son, you want to send my 20-year-old son to die in the Ukraine fighting Russians, you go with him. You get your cowardly ass on an airplane and you fucking go to all. That's when the stuttering begins. Yeah.
Let's see here. Right now, I see an alert that Trump is making unscheduled remarks at the White House right now. So I'm not sure if you got that showing up on the YouTube. Let's see here.
Then you got Zelensky came to the Ukraine and embarrassed Ukraine. Came to the
White
Capitol building White House and embarrassed himself, and then in an effort to try to shame America or bully us into complying with his demands, all of Europe got together and like, don't worry, we'll do it for you. And I'm like, that's great. I accept your terms. That's a perfect plan. All you motherfuckers pay for it. Until they realized, A, they're broke as a fucking joke. They don't have any money. They don't have anything to give, you know? So then that collapsed. Now he's coming back again with the bended knee to Uncle Sam. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, some people have to learn the hard way, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like, again, let the Europeans handle this. I'm sick and tired of everybody in Europe. And if they're listening right now, this means you. I'm sick of people talking about how bad America is, how we are we're the reason for all the world's woes, while they simultaneously hold their hand out and say, more, please. You can hate me for free, but you're not getting any more of my tax dollars. And that's really what this is all about. So let Europe handle European problems. I saw another one, Rugged, last night that made me smile from ear to ear. It was really succinct. It said, somebody said, they're going to get us in World War III. And I'm like, well, you know, I didn't say it. He said, Europe got us into World War I and World War II. Why should this be any different? And they did. Now, I'm not here to argue the merits of what country was the transgressor and which one was just defending its natural rights. My point is, and it's factual, is it was a European problem. So let the Europeans handle their European problems. You know, and that includes the money, because unfortunately what has happened is they have turned the United States into their paid warrior, and they don't even pay for it. We provide them with the bloody tools, the weapons, and the dead soldiers, and they don't even pay for it. The American taxpayer does, and people like myself have had enough. So let the Italians, let the Polish, let the Hungarians, let the Germans, let the English. I'm sick and tired of hearing the fucking Englishmen from the UK run their goddamn mouths. They were a world power, owning colonies all around the world, and now they're dick. They don't have shit. They can't even control their own streets anymore with the violence, and they want to sit in judgment of the United States. And I've had a belly full of all of it. And my answer to all of them is real simple: just leave us alone. We don't want to participate. You're in a fight with your neighbor. Deal with it. Leave us out of it, because then we can't be the bad guy. Leave us completely out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Let the land of free everything, which a lot of Europe has become that, the land of free healthcare and all your entitlements that the government provides for everybody, while they don't spend a fucking dime on their military. I think there's a few. I think Poland is a badass when it comes to spending part of their gross domestic product, their GDP. They dedicate some money on a fighting force. Hungary, I think there's a few. But the rest of them, they're all just like, yeah, fuck it. We're going to give free shit to everybody because America will fight our wars for it. And it's really that simple. Now that America is like, yeah, I'm not going to be your pit bull anymore. You keep dragging us to these dog fights and you throw us in the pit while you all stand on the side and place your bets, and we're not doing it anymore. And now we're the bad guy for that. That's one of the funniest aspects, Rugged, is that you go on X, there's no shortage, and every time it's a European or somebody from a foreign country going on and on and on about how we're either not a friend or we're a bad ally. I'm like, isn't that convenient? The minute we're not paying for everything you want, you don't like us anymore. I'm like, well, that, you know, we're not it's like a whore on a fucking stripper pole, smiling and telling you that you're a cool dude as long as you're giving her dollar after dollar after dollar. Once the money starts flowing, it's fuck you, you're a bad person. I'm okay with that.
That pole. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I made another comment too, Rugged, and I think it's valid. Maybe they're both assholes. Is it possible that that Putin is indeed an evil prick? But it's not like a movie. Everybody thinks this is like some sort of a fucking Hollywood movie where there's clearly a good guy and a bad guy. The real world isn't like that.
Maybe both of these guys are assholes. Ukraine has been noted as one of the most corrupt countries on the face of the earth for generations. So everybody run around acting like they're just squeaky clean democracy that somehow or another is being mistreated by Russians are fucking ignorant and need to read a book. You know, it's entirely possible that both of the people in this fight are assholes. So if you got two assholes that are fighting, let them fight.
So they say, pirate, you are what you eat. So, yeah.
Yuckity yuck.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, man. We will see what happens. You know, sometimes I wonder if these people in power, they want to create this name for themselves, like this Hitler-esque, you know, that because that name, whether you like it or not, it just kind of will always be very much remembered.
Sure, it's synonymous with evil. Yeah,
right. And whether you're evil or not, is it that people want to be remembered? You know, for whatever, I don't know. I can't imagine, you know, filling up the trains with body bag after body bag that you can do that with a good conscience. I don't. You know, you've seen.
Well, a lot of the people who are eager to argue for the continuation of the war, the hostilities, one of the things they cite most often is the Ukrainians had nuclear weapons and they gave them up under the promise of America would back them if they had peace. And that's just a lie. It's not true. First of all, the Ukraine never had weapons. It's, again, most people talk about this shit and they don't know a goddamn thing about it. The Ukraine never had weapons. There were nuclear weapons there, but they belonged to Russia. They were Russia's bombs. Russia was, when the USSR, before it broke up, Ukraine was part of that. So it's like saying, again, it was like if we have missile silos in Iowa, and then Iowa secedes from the United States, it's like saying Iowa was a nuclear superpower. I'm like, no, dumbass, read a book. Those nuclear weapons in Iowa belong to the United States. We have the launch codes. They belong to us. Just because Iowa is not part of the United States anymore doesn't mean that Iowa is a nuclear superpower. But that doesn't keep some retard from spewing that shit because they think they're a genius. Well, you asked Ukraine to give up their nukes and you said you would protect them. Like, man, you got all of that so fucking wrong. It's not even funny. But that's another example. So everything on this is not what it appears. And before anybody formulates an opinion, the first thing they should do is read everything they can find about it in its totality, both good and bad, before you try to discern which one of these guys is a superhero and which one of them is the devil. Because every day it looks more to me like they're both just fucking crooked, corrupt politicians that's working to see which one can gain the advantage. But somehow or another, America and her young men and women and our tax dollars get sucked into this shit. And it's like, it's time, people, and that's what Trump has done. He's told you, he's listening to the American people and says, we're done. If Europe wants to burn the whole fucking continent down, go for it. Have at it. You know.
Yep.
But I can't say it enough. Anybody who thinks I'm wrong, and you're entitled to, if you think that we are honor bound to help fight Ukraine, then start with action. Don't run your mouth. Tell me who in your family is going to go volunteer. Sons or daughters, join the fight. Don't just be willing to send my son. You know, always the same with that bunch.
Yeah.
something's happened, Rugged, in the last, well, in my lifetime, where America, and everybody knows this, I'm stating the obvious. America has developed a habit of joining wars, armed conflict, whether they're declared wars or not, these armed conflicts. And one, we don't even do it to win. Like, if you, why do you go and participate if you're not willing to drop the big hammer on them? I mean, when you used to be common sense, if you sent your troops to war, you went scorched earth. You went with overwhelming effort, like Genghis Khan or Alexander the Great or Napoleon. There was no tiptoeing around or fucking winning hearts and minds. No, you just, if you as a leader, a king or a president or a prime minister, if you said to yourself, yep, it's time, I got to go to war with Rugged in his country, then that meant conquering you. It meant, if we had need be, killing all the men and enslave your women. Now, if you wanted to have modern, if you wanted to not run afoul of modern niceties, at a minimum, you go in and you kill all the men, or at least enough of them, until they surrender. An unconditional surrender. You won, I lost. Please don't kill all of us.
Mhm.
That's how it's supposed to work. But for whatever reason, we have fallen into this paradigm of we fuck around. We lose 5,000 or 10,000 soldiers here, a few legs and arms blown off there, gifts of money, billions of dollars sent to these small, obscure countries around the world that they never, even if they agreed to pay it back, it would never happen because they're fucking broke to begin with. And then what's happened is we have destroyed our own country's economy, not our economy, our financial health. A big portion, when people talk about this overwhelming debt, the debt clock that's in New York City, the talk about how, we're paying as much in interest to the Chinese as our gross domestic product, a large part of that is for the shit that we do around the world. It's not because we built some high-speed rail from New York to San Francisco and we overextended our credit card to China. No, it's this kind of shit. The very kind of shit they're asking for right now is why. So when you get some dumbass white middle-aged woman from fucking Iowa who's like, yeah, we should fight in Ukraine, I'm like, you need to sit the fuck down until you know what you're talking about. And if you do know what you talk about, then you need to back it up. Tell me when your son leaves. Tell me how old your son or daughter is. Tell me when they leave, what they're departing, and how soon they're going to be on the front lines where they may or may not get their head blown completely off. Let me know when you're that committed. Oh, you're not that committed? Okay. Then shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I put a particularly nasty tweet the other night. I was in a bad mood, swung to the dark side. And I was Brian saying you need the women to do the cooking. It triggered a thought. I said something essentially like that, Brian. All this feminism horse shit, all this stuff of women are equal, it's all a goddamn lie that's been pushed on people. And I'll tell you how the only way we'll prove it, I made a joke about having fever dreams that in some small way, a little voice inside of me wishes that our country would just have this giant economic collapse that would force people, there would be no more free for all. Everyone would literally have to work to survive. But more importantly, if we had some sort of post-apocalyptic world where it was literally might makes right, where you would see real quick women would learn. There's been all sorts of memes and jokes about it, how all these women are for equality and I'm as good as a man, we can all do the same thing, until you find out that it comes down to, if it boils down to a situation where it's just mortal combat, like what you see in Ukraine right now, where men are literally killing each other to see who gets to be the winner. You'll find real fucking quick, they understand. They'll learn what a woman is then. All this bunch that says, I'm not real sure what a woman is, I can't identify what a woman is, they'll figure it out real fucking quick when it comes down to it. When the wolf is at the door and there's no sheriff to call, there's no state police, there's no army or navy soldiers going to come save you. When the Russians were overrunning Germans in World War II, and the Russians were brutal. They would murder men and children and rape the women, and then kill them when they were done raping them. They didn't take prisoners. The women learned really quick what was a woman and what was a man. Well, right now, we live in, a land of SNAP cards and housing vouchers and women are equal to men, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Because it all works right now.
Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin is $88,488 in the red and falling for the moment. 88,415. 88,313. Tom D's tossing some history out. Knowledgeable as usual. Says Russians were our allies in World War II. He's accurate. They lost over 65 million men. They took the hit instead of the U.S. troops. Absolutely, Tom. That's exactly the way it went. And our political leaders at the time were very smart about that. The people who were angry that we gave them money to fight, we gave them weapons, anything they needed to, because the idea was really simple. Would you rather have a Russian die fighting the Axis powers, or would you rather have your son from Indiana, Kentucky, or Florida die? The answer was really simple. But yes, you're right. The Russians, I don't know what the numbers are, but I'm sure that it was exponentially higher. They paid a far higher price in terms of human death, human capital, than America did. You got a loud, hot mic full of static there, audio.
Sorry.
I think one of the fairest arguments to make about us not getting involved, or at least stopping our involvement, is that we're broke. See, that's part of the thing about just being honest. Like, let's stop kidding ourselves. Democrats and Republicans alike, even if it's a righteous cause, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be involved in it. You don't have the money, you just don't have it. And this idea that we can just continue to borrow money, and that's what they do when we borrow money from foreign countries to give it to other foreign countries. How is that in any way in the best interest of Americans? And before anybody says, well, yeah, we're going to let them fight so we don't have to, like we just talked about Russia, I'm like, that's a different situation. If they're going to invade the United States mainland, or Hawaii or Alaska, then maybe we'll talk about borrowing money from the rest of the world or what have you. But again, I don't go and run my family's credit cards up to bail my neighbors out here in my neighborhood. My neighborhood comes over and tells me he's in financial trouble. I'm like, man, maybe I give him some advice to help him along. But the concept that I would somehow just whip out a credit card, that if we want to keep the metaphor or the analogy accurate, that the credit card that I already have maxed out, like it's already a maxed out credit card and I'm late on the payments, but I'm going to let this fucking guy put more on it. And it's that simple. We're doing the same shit on a national level, and Trump's trying to put a stop to it. And it should come as no surprise that everybody on the left hates it because they are the recipients of all that. No one should be surprised that Democrats and liberals are screaming mad that all of this government grift is stopping because it lands in their pockets. I would be mad too. I'm like, God damn, man, this has been good for me and you're fucking it up. Like, yep. Just be thankful you got it. You should have never gotten it as long as you did. You should have never got it to begin with, damn it. But you did, and good for you. And on top of that, it lasted a ridiculously long time. So I hope you put some of that aside. I hope you saved some of it for a rainy day if you were smart, because it stops now. And that's where we're at. So it's not surprising in the least to me that they're running around with their hair on fire. Somebody turned off their fucking welfare. They don't like it. Here's a novel idea. Go get a job. Get your fat, lazy, slovenly ass up and go do something productive. Go do something that adds value to your community, and maybe you'll get a paycheck out of it, and then you can spend it, and then you can send that money to Ukraine. Yeah, that's even better. Put down your fucking welfare, your SNAP card, your food stamps. Go get a job, work your ass off, come home dead tired. But when you cash the check on Friday, send the money to the Ukraine. And then I'll respect you. Then I'll say that's a person that's committed. But we all know that'll never happen. Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them and feed them fish heads. Brian tried to help you out earlier. You really spell check and all that sort of thing. It's not sandwich. It's sandwich. SAMICH. Sandwich. Come on, man. I know you're educated. Stop embarrassing yourself. Brian said, "Can I bottle this up? Because it's priceless." Yeah, I guess you can record it. I guess that's how it works. Listen, this is GrayLeaf. This is her stream, her content, her little show, her garage band, her theater, her spotlights, her microphone. She has control of her content, what she does with it. So it may live for thousands of years, archived away, or she could delete this shit at 3:15. I don't know. I've got a plan though. I can't speak for the rest of you guys, but if I can get over this pool nightmare, I see myself, I really enjoy iced tea, and I haven't drank it for some time because I was getting out of control with it. But I can see myself just lounging in the pool with a tall glass of iced tea, plenty of sugar in it, 1.5 gummies deep, with a nice, mellow, mental attitude, looking out as the pelicans come to light on the dock, or the ducks do what ducks do. That's where I'm headed. I don't know where the rest of you are headed, but that's where I'm almost there. But in that, in my efforts to achieve that goal, no part of that entails me sending money to my government to go buy guns for Ukrainians. Doesn't work for me. Brian says, "What about hot tea?" My entire family are hot tea lovers. I don't know what that's all about. Mrs. Pirates always loved tea in the afternoon. I know it's a British thing. My oldest picked up the habit, I guess, in college a little bit. My youngest is like his mother. They've always liked, so I'm really the only one in the family here who doesn't like hot tea. I failed to, GrayLeaf says, sounds like heaven. That's what I think, GrayLeaf. That's what I'm working towards. I'm trying to get to that little bit of heaven on earth. I failed to mention too that music is incredibly important. The ever-present Jimmy Buffett songs. You know, you can't listen to the same song over and over again. That becomes tiresome and tedious. But and we have a whole house sound system here, where every room in the house has 2 speakers, and then it has a rheostat on the wall, so you can individually manipulate the volume. And it all goes into the home theater, which is tied into a rather nice stereo system. But I'll be the first one to tell you, it was all a complete waste. Complete waste. It's not convenient to use. It just never happened. We have the stereotypical boombox. I think mine came from Home Depot. It's DeWalt. I'm a big fan of the DeWalt tools. It came with a battery charger on it for some of my cordless drills, but it has an AM/FM radio on it. And despite everything else being the finest stuff that money can buy, as far as music goes, it's usually a local radio station by the pool, because that adds to that. That's a critical component to that. You do need some music. Now, sometimes that leads to a little bit of friction in our house, because surprise, surprise, Mrs. Pirate and I are complete opposites. See, you can't make it loud enough for me. If you get in my truck and we're riding somewhere, we're going to need to turn the music down if you want to talk to me. And Mrs. Pirate's just not having it. She was quite the rocker in her youth, so that's kind of a weird development. But she'd rather have the music at least muted, or to the point where you know, I would argue you can hardly hear it. So I like to crank that shit to the max. I always thought if my neighbors can't hear it, it's not turned up loud enough. Wait Frog says he can picture a pirate by his pool, iced tea, floaties on his arms, a shotgun leaning against his recliner. Yeah, I don't need floaters, man, because I'm a big old fat man. You know, fat floats. I'm pretty buoyant. And I believe it or not, I'm a good swimmer. Hell, I swam across the Ohio River and back. I do have a shotgun, many shotguns, but I have one that's at the ready, shall we say. And the other devices scattered around my house and easily accessible, but not necessarily in open view. So your mental picture isn't completely off. Muller, do you have Discord? Are you a member of Papa Mac's Discord or KC's? Just curious. The reason I asked is I'm posting a picture, and I didn't know. I thought it would make you smile. In my effort to entertain you and make you laugh, I thought I'd put a little picture in there, but I won't waste my time if it's unavailable to you. Well, that's not fair. I guess somebody else might enjoy it. Let me see if I can find it here. Give me just a minute. Oh, come on. Any other time that picture would be right here. They're using a hammer drill to drill into the concrete walls to mount some of the electronic devices out there. I hope my noise canceling microphone is doing its job. If that is not the case, you guys just let me know and I'll mute myself. We are in Papa Mac's server, so I'll put it in Papa Mac's general. Don't know. Let's see here. Highway Frog, I don't know. I'm assuming you're driving your 18-wheeler. I guess I shouldn't say that because you're typing. So I don't know, Highway Frog, if you have access to Papa Mac General in Discord. But I put you a little selfie in there, and I'll just ask you: does that look like a man who needs a floaty to keep from drowning? Donkey Kong says he doesn't need a gun. He has a wife and 2 fishes. All right. Muller says she has Discord, but she ain't on Papa Max. Whose are you on? Are you on mine, the pirate Discord, Muller? Or Reachers or KCs? For those who did access Papa Max Discord General, that photo of mine's not current. I think that was taken about 5 years ago. So I'm not in that good a shape any longer. Well, there you go. Well, then I can't help you. No worries. Muller, you need to send Papa Mac a friend request, get a link to his Discord, and then from time to time you'll be able to jump into the general section and see some of the photographs that we post there. Or not. It's on you. I don't think it's real difficult. A couple clicks of a mouse. Yeah, it didn't even dawn on me that GrayLeaf had a Discord. So there you go. Easy peasy Japanese. Our Washington, D.C. journalist / news correspondent, Terry, has breaking news that President Trump invites South African farmers with families to the United States with rapid pathways to U.S. citizenship. Yeah, I like that, Terry. That's good. Because for anyone who's not keeping up with that, Africa has become quite violent here. They have the people who are in charge, the warlords, that's what they are. But their politicians they're openly hostile to people for none other than being white. There's still a giant rift between the white population and the black population, and they're seizing the white farmers' land, taking it. They're not even paying them for it. They're just taking it, and then in many cases there's massacres and violence being taking place. So there's the people down there, unfortunately, are going to be, I guess, like refugees. And Trump is going to open up a pathway to the United States in order to help them. It'll be interesting to see how an area that's already plagued, that's a poor choice of words, already challenged with feeding its population. I don't think anyone would argue that Africa is in constant need of foreign aid or basic food stuff, because people, it's a running joke for generations now, they're literally starving to death there. And their answer to that is to attack and displace, if you will, the farmers who are disproportionately white, who know how to have the agricultural practices and the ability to run productive farms. And there's no shortage of evidence. You can look it all up. What you end up with is families that are either murdered or displaced. They're ran off. And then the farms just go what's called fallow. The weeds take over. There's no crop. Nobody's going about the business of raising food. And they think somehow or another that helps make them a prosperous nation. So another example of self-harm, all based in hate over the color of somebody's skin. Wall Street Apes, somebody I follow on X, has got Kennedy, one of my favorite senators from Louisiana, talking about how people who are over 100 years old and already dead, it's easily researched, they've got a death certificate, they're still being issued Social Security checks, but more importantly, somebody's cashing them. And all they need to do to stop it is get some cooperation. And he's being very vocal about the fact that there are people in the government who are in opposition to that. Imagine that, if you will. a bureaucrat saying to them, when you're approached from someone and says, listen, I'm from another agency, a sister agency, it's come to our attention that somebody is fraudulently cashing Social Security checks. Here's the evidence of that, and we'd like to help you stop it. And they say, no, we're not going to do that. What does that say?
You're not crazy, bro.
Look at us. They're putting your cards down for you. Oh, it's Matt himself. Oh, good for him. We got 2 of those big FEMA tarps in our red trailer. Brand new in the box. Biz Queen plastic. I can't say money. What is he using as a weight? I guess he could use some of those tiles, couldn't he? Nice. That should work perfectly. Barry says, Tennessee Congressman Mark Green outperformed Nancy Pelosi trading stocks. Nancy had a return of 92% 2024, whereas Mark Green's return was 122%. Yeah, tells you everything you need to know, Terry. It is a giant con, and the stock market is the mechanism by which they operate it. Brian says, where's Pro Jeweler? I would assume that he's working, Brian. Friday. He may be busying himself with all those shiny things, diamonds, gold and silver and what have you. Excuse me. Jack, we love sharing some thoughts. He said South Africa is turning into another Somalia. Did he fall? Hard for them to get away with anything here. We live in a You put my mind at ease about the pressure. But now I'm obsessed with it. I gotta go out and watch it, and I'm gonna go out and see. I wish I knew what the starting number was, but he told me it was 45 pounds.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Rope a dope so, oh ha ha. Very so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey.
Brian says the Patagonian toothfish is his favorite fish. I'd have to say a male dolphin, the mahi-mahi. For those of you unfamiliar with saltwater species, the pelagics particularly, that's not to be confused with the dolphin as you would just normally bottlenose dolphins and all that. There's actually a fish called a dolphin, and or mahi-mahi. And the males are rainbow colored. They're an incredible fighting fish, much sought after, wonderful tasting. I would have to say that's probably my favorite, both in terms of aesthetics, quite beautiful, and the taste is second to none. A redfish, big bull redfish with the copper colored scales and the false eye on the tail. They're incredible to look at. And of course you got your marlin, the blue marlin, and your sailfish and all that. They're pretty regal. Tom said his favorite is the kind that's behind between two slices of bread. I like that. I like that, Tom. Yep. Let me ask you, Tom, are you a fried fish guy or are you a grilled fish guy? See, I myself, I'm torn between the two because I love both of them so much. I feel like it's like trying to choose between which one of your children you love the most. But I think if you put a gun to my head and made me pick, I would go with grilled. No, Brian, I have never been sport fishing. I've had more than my fair share of deep sea fishing trips, but when you go sport fishing, when you're just species targeting, when you're after a particular kind of fish, it costs a lot of money and a lot of time. I think I read somewhere that to catch a marlin, one of the bigger marlin species, I can't remember if it was 1,000 hours or 10,000 hours, but it was some ridiculously high number of time that you have to spend on a boat rolling. Rolling means progressing at a rather slow speed. You put the boat just barely above idle, kind of let it limp along. You're dragging what's called your spread, which is the bait out behind you, which are the lures, the fake lures with the hooks in them. And you want that to appear to be a little school of fish just swimming along. And then those fish come up from the great depths, the marlins and the swordfish, to attack those. And that's why there's old fish tales and captain stories about certain boats who are known for what's quote unquote raising fish, meaning that the hum or the vibrations of the boat and the engines and the hull design all come together in some magical way that makes that boat, encourages fish to come up from the great depths more than others. Now, I don't think there's obviously any scientific evidence that supports that. And but you'll hear a lot of old salty captains talk about how a particular Bertram or Viking, like I had, or Hatteras, what have you, the hull size, the configuration, and the design made it quote unquote raise fish. Logan, Chris, you might need to run with Mom over to the parts store. Your thing's ready. Gregory Love says he has more family flying in tonight. A little spring family reunion. Hopefully seeing Mickey 17 on Sunday. That sounds like a wonderful time, Tech. You enjoy yourself. Tech, we love bringing in a little technical analysis data. It says they have officially dropped the max pain to $3 for today. Well, imagine that. It says it remains at $3.50 for the next 2 weeks after today wraps up. Yeah, it'll be challenging to sleep with that ship flopping in the wind for 48 hours, but that's the price we pay. The pool guys have showed up with a box of, we used to call it Biz Queen, but I think it's actually with a V, Biz Queen. But it's construction plastic. You may have seen it. It's like a really thick, clear plastic. Comes in a giant roll. You use it for temporarily put over any windows or doors. If you're waiting for, like, say, a French doors to arrive on a new construction, you have a big open spot. You can take a staple gun and staple that plastic over it. We call it Biz Queen, but he's got a roll of that out there, going about trying to prevent some erosion from storm that's coming tonight and tomorrow. Well, hopefully, I'll be happy if it's all for nothing. As Mr. Pirate said, we're doing all this and we may not even get any rain. And I hope that's the case. But I'd rather be prepared and not need it than get caught with our pants down, as they say. So, you know the old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Big believer in that. In case you're curious, they have a site supervisor here named Matt. They actually have two. We call them the Matts. They've got a skinny Matt and a fat Matt. The fat Matt is the one that's here all the time. And as it's evidenced by the picture I shared with you guys, I've since deleted it as is my custom, but I'm no small man myself. But fat Matt is here today, and I'm here to tell you he's bigger than I am. And that says a lot. But he's getting after it, and that's what matters. Brian says, what about Large Marge? What about her, Brian? I think he's happily married. Brian said Fat Matt should be with Large Marge. I think he told me a story about his 17-year-old son, stepson, whatever, immaterial distinction without a difference. But he's already got a significant other. So if you're going to play matchmaker, you're going to have to find somebody else to pair up with Large Marge. Fat Matt has already spoken for. We're going to find out today, brother. I was right. This whole Mustang alternator debacle, or rather Mrs. Pirate was right. She remains adamant that remanufactured item that she brought in here was fine. I have dug in my heels that was indeed the problem. And had they followed my instructions to the letter to begin with, we wouldn't be here. So she's got a lot at stake in proving me wrong here. My son just got home from college. This is a short day for him, and it's his car. So as he made his entrance, you may have heard, I poked him with a stick and told him he needed to go with or without his mother over and pick up that part that arrived at 7 this morning. Because I'm anxious to find out which of us will have the I told you so right. I have a vested interest in it, because if I'm wrong, then the problem's still mine, still on my plate for me to deal with. And the idea that I'm going to have to start chasing down bad wiring, not a pleasant one. I'm hopeful that I can put this brand new part on, and I'll have dividends from multiple directions. I'll be able to gloat over the fact that, once again, I was right. They should have listened to me. But more important than that, my work with that will be done finally. Sorry about that. I'm back, folks. Fat Matt wanted to touch base with me before he left. He said he climbed down in the hole. I guess he lost his footing, but he ended up standing on some of the rebar and it actually bent it. Mrs. Pirate noticed. She said, I think he just fell in the hole out there. Like, I hope he didn't break any of the pipes. I'm like, no, that PVC is pretty heavy duty. He's not. She's like, you fell pretty good. But apparently he tried to use the steel that's exposed as an ad hoc ladder and it failed under his weight. So he made a point. I guess he noticed that she saw that. He wanted to make sure that she didn't get sideways over. Kind of funny. He's like, before they pour the gunite, they'll bend that back. That's cool. What did I miss here? Muller says, did anyone read Trey's blah blah yesterday? Yeah, Muller, I've got to the point where I just ignore anything that he puts out. Trey's damaged goods. He's in my humble opinion, he's a little bit unstable, and I don't have time. I don't have time for that. Frog says, what are the Vegas odds on Mrs. Pirate? Oh, as far as the over and under, or yeah, the bet. That's a good one, Frog. Everybody needs to place your bets, man. Do you think Mrs. Pirate is accurate on this? Or do you think the pothead pirate is right? Place your bets. GrayLeaf says, I ignore him too. I do wish him well. Yeah, I do. GrayLeaf, that's because you're a decent person. I think most people, most kind-hearted people are like, look, dude, I hope he gets healthy. I hope he lives his life. Again, a lot of the responsibility falls on the people who worshipped him as some sort of a guru or some sort of a internet god. And I get it. He was entertaining to watch. I followed him a lot. I watched a lot of his stuff. I didn't participate like I do with you folks. But it was entertainment. You know, a lot of it was just attention seeking. He wanted to be in the limelight, and he put himself in the limelight. And then he got in on this whole thing with AMC, and 4 years later, a lot of people are sideways. They're bent that, you know, what appeared to be him telling everybody to buy, and then they bought and they got fucked. And then we don't have time to go over all that right now. So he acts like he's surprised now that he's not the most popular fucking guy on YouTube. I'm like, what, are you fucking stupid? I mean, this shit's not rocket science. And then you throw in there the point that he claims to, and I believe it's true. I think somebody said he posted some receipts that he made a trade on the options chain that netted him $1 million, and I'm all for that. I mean, that's what everybody's here. And then later on, it was disclosed that I guess he didn't pay the taxes on that, and I don't know if he gambled with his winnings and lost up and gave it all back, and then gave back what money he should have paid in taxes. Then there were revelations about him crying to blues about steroid use and all this shit, and I'm like, this is another example of be careful who you lend your ear to. Be careful who you decide to spend your time with, even if it's just for entertainment. That you may not, the person you're dealing with may not be all that they represent themselves to be. Yeah, Tex says he keeps saying he won't bring up AMC. That was the thing he put at the end of his post that I read yesterday, Tex. He said, this is the last time I'll speak on AMC. I'm like, yeah, sure. But to be fair, you know, if people go to the internet to a stranger they've never met, they don't know the first thing about, they watch a few videos or spend a little time listening to them talk, and then decide to make financial decisions based on that, they got to own that, man. You got to take ownership of that and take responsibility for your decision. Obi Frog says, I didn't care for the AA interview with Trey. The dropping the phone thing didn't agree with me. To be honest with you, Frog, I don't even think I saw the interview. I don't know what you're talking about, the dropping the phone thing, but it's not my habit to watch a lot of that stuff. I've seen very little about what Adam Aaron's done. I listen to the earnings calls because I'm there to get the financial facts as far as profitability, earnings, top and line beats or misses, those sort of things. But I don't, the minute Adam Aaron puts something out on Twitter, I don't just run to my phone, with giddy anticipation. Frankly, it's immaterial. I've known since the beginning that Adam Aaron was very limited what he can and can't do. He can have some, some effect on the stock price by statements or actions, but the market overall has a far bigger impact than the CEO does. Oh, I remember that, Highway Frog, when Adam Aaron was wearing the shorts. And okay, now I know what you mean when you say the dropping phone thing didn't agree with me. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was one of those things where a lot of people thought that he was sending a message like, I'm wearing shorts and this is my way of showing it to you. There are other people that just said, look, he's not the first dude that wears a suit and tie while he's doing a Zoom call and the phone just slipped and it revealed that he's sitting there in his underwear. I don't know that he ever made a declaration either way, or that he could for that matter, but yeah, I don't. said it before, and it's worth repeating. The way I see this thing, how this all took place, was the stock market was usually something that people talked about at the golf club, the clubhouse, country clubs, meeting, whatever, you know, if people had portfolios, they talked in general terms. No one really focused. There was a few day traders. There was even, you know, that caught fire for a little while that you too can be a day trader, you know, $0 trades and trade on the phone, Robinhood, all that sort of thing. For the most part, the general retail public wasn't really invested in it in a meaningful way until GameStop did what it did. When GameStop went to $500 and it made news, and it wasn't the fact that it went to $500. It was widely said, it was widely accepted that the reason that it went was because of some Reddit guys. And I believe that. I believe to this day, I believe it was true. That the infancy of this thing at its very conception was really smart people who were trading, day traders, who did look for, you know, opportunities in the market, understood that they could orchestrate a squeeze. Now, I don't consider that market manipulation. I don't think they were manipulating the market to squeeze it. I think they recognized conditions that if certain events took place, it would increase the probabilities that a squeeze would happen. And by that, I mean that they felt like if they all just bought and hold. And it worked. I don't think anybody can deny that whoever it was, and I don't go back that far. Casey does. Casey was I think he was one of the original gangsters. I don't know if he was very early on, but he was earlier than most of the average players on Reddit, where those guys said, listen, we're going to do this thing with GameStop. There's a short position. If enough of us buy and hold this, it will drive the price up and we'll all get paid. Well, it happened. And then it happened and it made news. And then because of the communication being so available now, the news is so easily disseminated now because of Twitter and X and Facebook, social media. I guess social media is the word in capital. So once word spread through social media that, hey, these computer nerds all got together. I shouldn't say nerds. These computer savvy people got together and they really benefited from a stock move. It was completely legal, but you had to know about it to be just like fucking congressmen. All these congressmen and Nancy Pelosi's, the only way you can benefit about it is if you know it's getting ready to happen. And I myself am guilty of this. I thought to myself, I want in on that because I saw it as what it was. I saw exactly what happened and how it happened. I'm like, wait a minute, this is legal. But here's where it gets a little bit different. I assumed that it was a bunch of really well-educated Wall Street insiders like stockbrokers. I literally thought it was stockbrokers and bankers who were literally getting together on Reddit, and they were going against other market makers that had these short positions. So I thought that if I could find my way to some of these chat rooms and just listen to what they were saying, I could benefit from this sage advice and this being ahead of the curve. And it didn't take me very long at all to figure out it was Trade the VIX, DMI, Phrase Trades, Mac Cores. And I'm thinking to myself, these are fucking kids. And now I get it, they're not the original Redditors, but I'm just sharing with you my progression through this. And I'm thinking, where are all I had to go to my son and say, I'm hearing this stuff about Reddit and I'm hearing this stuff about YouTube. And my son's like, well, let me show you how to do it, Dad. So I had to go through a crash course to learn I wanted to access all this intel. It was like, I want all this knowledge. And it all went exactly as I expected, except for there wasn't this pool of grizzled, old, intelligent investors who were sharing ideas. It was a bunch of young guys. And that was my first red flag, was that, and I don't mean to disparage what they did or how they identified it, how they went about it. But what happened was I found myself climbing the mountain to seek knowledge. And when I got to the top of the mountain, there were just children sitting around. Now, those were children, albeit that identified the GameStop squeeze, but they were still children. inexperienced, relatively no achievements, sometimes still in college. I mean, living in mom's basement, trade, all of them were the stereotype of a young, inexperienced person. And I thought to myself, my guru's not here. Where is this person who's going to share these ideas with me? And the closest I could come was like, eventually made TMI is one of the few people I would, even at his youthful age, I would probably let him run money for me, because he did impress me. But even then I would be very cautious. And then KC, I felt like KC was the kind of guy who had enough knowledge, and he didn't fall into the childlike group, but he still wasn't what I was searching for. And then it dawned on me, that which I thought didn't exist. The whole Reddit room or social media or Facebook group full of grizzled, old, experienced, well-seasoned ship captains who were having meetings to talk about the next big thing, and I was going to listen in on that. It didn't exist. But by then it was too late. I had already started to buy into some of these squeeze stocks, GameStop. And then for me, I thought, well, GameStop has been stopped mid, it's like riding a horse across the river. You never shift quick horses in the middle of a river. I'm like, that's a bad metaphor. GameStop, by the fact that Robinhood turned off the buy button, I felt like that convoluted things. I couldn't figure out how many shorts had been covered. Was 500 the top, or was it just the beginning? But then when I discovered that all this talk about AMC had all of the same components, and it did, the same short percentages, everything about it looked exactly the same. That race hadn't started yet. And I thought to myself, it's too complicated with GameStop. I'm going to go with the sister ship. I'm going to go with AMC because it'll do the same thing. And that, my friends, is how I found myself here for the past 4 years. It didn't take me long, whether it was TMI, whether it was Phrase Trades, whether it was KC's channel, to realize that the vast majority of the people that were involved in it had zero knowledge about financial instruments or investing in general, and in many times their own personal lives were financial nightmares. So I thought to myself, I'm not going to be the beneficiary of some wealth of knowledge by a group of people, a think tank, if you will. It's not here. There's no well here to drink from. But what I did find was entertainment, and I found some wonderful, kind people, and quickly I developed friendships. I'm the guy. I made many comments about how I used to make fun of my sons about the whole internet and relationships can't be real, and it's all ridiculous. They were, stereotyped to me. And then now in my family, I have to live with that I was wrong on that. As they go by me and they're just laugh and shake their head and like, yeah, it took the old man a while, but he figured it out. GrayLeaf says, common sense investor. Tech We Love says, I admit I didn't look into it much in 2021. I heard about it on TV and was hearing them up. Didn't get in until 22 when I learned it wasn't over. Brian says, Mueller says, it was a wild ride. I sold that few I had at GME and sold at 198 in 2021. Bought again at 10 last year and sold at 48 again. Well, look at you, Mueller. You go, girl. Tech We Love says, some of them are on X. I've learned a lot from a lot of people. I wouldn't know as much as I know without AMC. Then Brian asked DSI ? There we have it. Yeah, I I won't tell you, or I won't claim, Tech, that I didn't learn anything. Like, for instance, I know what RSI is now. I know what, the VIX is now, because I was never a stock market guy. So I accumulated some knowledge, but it was all just general knowledge that you could get from any investing book. That wasn't what I was coming for. I wasn't coming to learn how to do technical analysis, or to learn what every acronym stood for, or to learn the plumbing of how, say, market makers or a home office or banking works. That wasn't my desire. I was looking for the play. It was my naive misunderstanding that a bunch of really smart people were getting together to discuss something that they had found, that they weren't going to manipulate anything. They just discovered it, and they were willing. It was like if somebody went into the mountains of the Sierra Madres and said, I discovered gold in this stream. I went up there and I picked up a bag of gold. Would you like me to tell you where the stream is? I'm like, yeah, please. I would love to know where that stream is. And that was the way I equate it. I'm not here to tell you that nobody told me about the shovels. They've told me how to pan for gold. They've told me how to carry the gold. They've told me all about the donkeys that you need to carry the gold, your shovels into the Sierra Madres and carry it out. But nobody told me where the stream was. Now they claim to have. They still say that the stream, the gold stream, was AMC, and I believe that, and I put my money where my mouth was. But I thought it would be more of a continuation. I didn't think it would be a one-time flashbang, like, okay, they did GameStop and they're going to do AMC, and it may or may not take a month, or it may take 5 years. But I kind of came into it naively thinking that it would be a think tank that would share information about continuing opportunities, where I don't want to say you could day trade it, but perhaps swing trade it and make good money if you paid attention to it and dedicated time to it. And since that, that's not been the case. Now, I guess one could argue that the economy went all to shit in the last 4 years. Not the economy, but because of the unease in Washington, and an economy, and yeah, I guess an economy that's in some ways in peril, even though it's being propped up, that maybe that is the reason why there aren't these other wonderful opportunities. And I guess I would be remiss if I didn't point out that NVIDIA did some crazy things. My son pointed out earlier on that was one I should have made a play on. But after I researched it, I saw so much fraud. And it's hard for a man like me to put hard-earned dollars into an investment that I know has an element of fraud to it. It flies in the face of everything I believe. Not that I'm some bastion of morality. Are you kidding? I'm a pirate. But it's the simple fact that I believe if it's loaded with fraud, that there's a hidden risk in there. And so for that reason, I never even fucking touched NVIDIA. But short of that, and maybe the Mag.7 that they have used arguably to prop up this dead stock market, there haven't been any opportunities, none that were dramatic. So Brian Carpenter says, did you ever watch Cameron Simpson, Wolfpack? I'm not sure if he's talking to me or GrayLeaf, but I am unaware of what Cameron Simpson is or the Wolfpack. Mueller says her personal opinion is that GME will never go that high again. Maybe I get surprised that it would, but I don't know. GrayLeaf says he's a pirate. Well, that's cool. If Cameron Simpson's a pirate, then he automatically gets cool points from me. And then lastly, We Love says, it's cause the market has long cycles. I was naive as to how many tools they have to delay until the last minute. I thought they had less tools, but I see more between their lines now. No, it's all good, Tech. No worries, buddy. Alice Bowles is speaking for anybody who's curious. I got a ticker that, or a streamer at the bottom that says sees significant policy changes from administration in trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulation. Well, duh. He's like, the net effect of all these policy changes will matter for the economy and policy. Again, come on, Captain Obvious. Give us something that the fucking 8-year-old doesn't know. How about I turn it up? I'm going to turn this up so you guys can perhaps hear it. If it becomes distraction, tell me and I will mute it.
Jobs to workers gap is narrow, and its wage rate is low. Wages are growing faster than inflation.
Happy days.
Days.
Huh? I'll turn it right.
Mm-hmm. What up, pirate? We got other shit going on. Am I the only person here?
Well, so much for having a good day, people. Mrs. Pirate just showed up in tears. He's crying. My son shook up. They went to the parts place. They refused to take their rebuilt one back because they claimed they tested it and it's good. Incredible. She had a meltdown in front of them. They're claiming that it's an electrical issue. It has nothing to do. And I asked them, did you test it for overcharging? I get it. You put it on your little bench and it says, yes, it's making electricity. Did it ever dawn on you that it's making too much? It would literally melt the computer down. And nobody can give me an answer. They told her, you need to drive the car over here so we can look at it instead of bringing us that. So now, knowing full well that car's going to be having way too many volts of electricity going through it, I went against my better judgment. I put the alternator back on and I said, drive this motherfucker over there. And I gave them the ohm meter and I showed them how to show them that it's putting out almost 19 volts of electricity to a 12-volt battery. And it's causing the dashboard to freak out. Maybe then they will capitulate. What's funny was they ordered the new one last night and two other guys was like, yeah, we'll take the old one back and we'll sell you the new one. So they ordered it and it came in, but this young twat today is refusing to play ball. I don't know if she thinks we're gaming the system or somehow or another we have damaged this part, but I can tell you this, they'll never see another dime from Team Pirate. Never ends. Of course, Mrs. Pirate, she's having a meltdown because she feels like somehow or another part of this is her fault, which I guess in truth it is, because if they had brought home the new one, as I told them to do in the first place, we wouldn't be arguing over whether they should or should not take it back. But that's neither here nor there now. I gave her a hug and told her everything's going to be okay. She's like, I told the lady we can't drive the car over. I said, you can. I'll take responsibility for this. So I just sent them down the road with it. I put the alternator in and they're halfway there. I gave them my ohm meter and I said, you show this bitch when it's running, when he revs the engine up, how the electrical volts go through the roof, and then ask her to explain how they're going to come back and tell me that it's the car. They keep saying it's an electrical problem. I'm like, yeah, you're part. And this is my life, at least today anyhow. They've got this idea that they want me to change the wiring harness out. I mean, have you lost your fucking mind? I'm not going to change out the wiring harness on the engine on a Mustang because your alternator's fucked up. You're completely crazy. I promise you, if I take this to Firestone and drop it off today, which that's what's coming next, I'm going to take it to Ricky Bobby across the highway. He's going to call up and say, yeah, your alternator's bad. You need a new one. I'm going to be like, yep, that one's a day old. Call up O'Reilly's and tell them what you just told me. Struggle is real, isn't it, folks? No one has accused me yet, Grayleaf, but there is an undercurrent of side-eye glances and perhaps there's an underlying friction that I should get in a car and go over there. But there's a very specific reason why I haven't. My sons, they're both in their 20s. It's time they learn to do these things for themselves. I got unleashed on them yesterday that the time is quickly approaching, be it this year or in 20 years, where I won't be there to pick up every single thing that goes wrong for them. And that each passing day that I fail to let them learn these skills, I'm hurting them. So they may not see it this way. It's tough love. My wife will go to her grave doing everything for them. They could be 45 years old. She'll still do their laundry and cut their meat up for them in little bite-sized pieces and all that shit. And that's all fine and good. We all have our role to play in this life. But I can't go to my grave knowing that I left two young men who don't even know how to change a fucking flat tire. And then as a result of that, they'll be a victim to all the crooked shit that I know goes on in this world. So. No, Brian, it's not Napa. This was O'Reilly's.
Hey, Pirate.
Yeah, man.
I had to teach my father when my mom passed away at 46 how to balance a checkbook and fill out doctor's papers.
Exactly. Precisely, my friend. Precisely.
There's a lot of things I had to figure out as well because I was 25, but my father was also 46, and
Yep.
I had to train him like a child. Even stuff down to cooking, other than throwing a steak on the grill.
I constantly remind Mrs. Pirate that every time she intervenes on their behalf, the old, oh, don't worry, honey, I'll do it for you. I said, you're shitting on them. You think that you're showing love and you're being attentive and a good mother. I said, you're making them weaker every time you do that.
Yeah.
My oldest got a real fucking eye-opener when he went to Daytona Beach to flight school because he had to learn to do his own laundry. See, mommy couldn't do it all then. And it was like getting hit with a freight train, a bucket of wet water in his face. She had to show him how to use a washing machine, a dryer, how to separate the colors from white. I knew all that shit because I never had a mom. I either had to learn to do it or wear dirty fucking clothes. So I could wash my own clothes when I was about 10 years old. But my son was fucking 19 years old going to college and he didn't know how to turn a washing machine on. And that same scenario plays out in every aspect of life. If you continually just say, don't worry, I'll fix it for you. Go back to your video games. I'll do it. No, it'll be fixed when you get done playing Candy Crush.
I would strongly argue.
Yep.
I would strongly argue that that's why a lot of the majority of our society is the way it is, because
exactly.
You had somebody constantly doing everything for them.
You got people on the side of the road.
I was in fourth grade, and
I got a flat car. I got a flat tire. What do I do? What do I do? Drive on the rim? Like, no, change the flat. There's a spare in the trunk. Or they call a tow truck. Pay $100 tow to have it towed to a tire store, and then he changes them. I mean, and all it does is set up your loved one to be victimized by a hostile life. The world is a dark and dangerous place, and nobody's your friend. The guy who smiles at you at Firestone, he'll fuck you just as fast as anybody will. You know.
Well, I was in fourth grade, and my mom said, "This is how you wash your clothes. This is how you make your school lunch. It's on you from here on out." So
do it or go hungry at lunch. Exactly.
And that's where we have an 8-year-old son, and we're doing everything we can to teach him. And that's what it's about. It's teaching. Next time you do it, you show me. Nothing wrong with helping them, but you got to let them stand on their own. Teach them independence.
And I am not the god of all mechanical things. I know more than, my peers, a great deal more, but every man has his limitations. Every man has specialties. Some guys, better at motorcycles or bulldozers or tractors or farm equipment or automobiles. Some people are better at electrical. Some people are better at hydraulics. No man has all the skills, because you could, in 10 lifetimes, you couldn't amass all that knowledge. But, and you learn something every time you work on stuff. We just increasingly live in a society where everybody thinks when something goes wrong, that it's somebody else's role to fix it. The easy button, I call them the game hacks, the fucking cheat codes. I remember the big cheat codes. If you can't beat the video game, get a cheat code to cheat it. I'm like, well, then you didn't win the game. Why even play it if you need a cheat code? And it's that same mentality that drives me nuts, because every time something goes wrong, it becomes, who do I see to fix this? And I'm like, have you ever thought about a little bit of self-reliance? And what troubles me the most, and I bitched about this the other day, I'm not going to have a negative rant day, but was the ones who refused to even make an attempt. I got more respect for a guy who says, man, I tried to fix this and I fucked it all up. I'm like, I'll cut that dude some slack. I'm like, hey, dude, at least you tried, man. It was broke when you started on it, dude. You just broke it a little bit more, but at least you tried. Because more often than not, those people will become successful after a while. The ones that trouble me are the ones that are just like, hey, this is broken. Who do we pay to fix it? Fuck.
There's a lot of times you learn more in failure.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, to be fair, I never had a mother. I had a step monster. I finally referred to her as my step monster. She died about 8 months ago. Good riddance. But that was the closest I came to a mother, and she didn't even do the bare minimum. I won't even get into it. So I didn't benefit from. I lack the knowledge of what a mother is supposed to do. I don't know what helicopter mothering is, or I don't know what too much mothering is, because I have no benchmark. I have no control group to use as an example, like, well, my mom did this, so this is how it should be. And furthermore, I didn't even really have any close friends that I spent enough time with them around their moms to see that interaction. The concept of showing up at a soccer game and somebody having little slices of oranges for you to eat at break time, that was a fucking mystery to me. So I can't even judge Mrs. Pirate, because I don't know if what she's doing isn't good and proper, that's just the role of a mother, who I don't know. All I know is that when I see the effects of someone who constantly has all of their needs met by somebody else, it doesn't build a strong character. Because one of the benefits of growing up in the shitstorm that was my childhood is that you could strip me buck fucking naked and drop my fat ass off in the middle of a fucking downtown Los Angeles right now, and I'd be on my feet in 24 hours. I'd have a place to fucking stay. I'd have a fucking job, or at least figure out something, because that's what happens when you encounter adversity early on. It's a set of tools, a skill set you build. It's just you meet the challenges, you look for solutions, and you cure your own problems, as opposed to that group of people who are just like, hey, this is fucked up. Who do I need to notify about it? Like I said, this could all be a tempest in a teapot. Maybe they're right. Maybe this fucking piece of shit car does have some other lurking mechanical problems. But I don't know how a guy can buy the car and drive it for 6 fucking years. The battery starts going dead. You put a brand new battery in it. It continues to go dead. And you go, yeah, it's not. There's only two. If anybody knows anything, the most basics about automobiles, you have a battery that stores power. You have an alternator that creates electricity. It's a little baby generator. That's all it is. Those are the two things. It's not terribly complicated. Now, there's some fuses in there. There's some connections and wiring. But it's just that simple. So, I don't get it. They bring it back. It'll be interesting. I told her, I said, your brand new part is sitting over there? She said, yeah, it's another $400. I said, buy it. She's like, that means they just fucked us. We paid them $400 for this alternator. They won't take it back. What are you going to do? I said, throw it in the garbage. Sometimes you lose in life. This is and I kind of took a shot at her. I said, this is the price you pay for not looking at that box. And when you picked it up and it said remanufactured on it, you should have shoved it back across the counter and say, this isn't what I ordered. But when you're dealing with your wife who's already in tears, that's not the proper tact. But that's the thought that ran through my head. Brian Carpenter says, what about the relay switch? There is no relay switch, Brian. So I don't know where you came up with that or who told you that, or if that's just some shit you pulled out of your ass, or if you're just trying to be funny, but there is no relay. Peace Fish Cup says, parasitic drain. You're late to the conversation, Peace Fish. It's not an issue of the battery going dead right now. You start the car up, the battery light goes out, all the gauges are fine. Put the car in drive, you head down the road. When you reach 1,300 RPMs, the battery light comes on and all the gauges go dead. Everything bounces all over, lights flash, and then you lose all instrumentation. The entire dashboard goes down. And I have identified that I put an ohm meter on the output side of the alternator. It's sending 18.75 volts to the battery. It's too much. You can do more damage to a car from having too much electricity than not enough. It melts shit down, it blows circuit breakers, and I think what's happening is there's a sensor in that computer, the ECM, I guess, whatever they call it, or ECU, the central computer on that car that says, God damn, this is way too much electricity, it's gonna melt shit, so it shuts it down. And it has some sort of a internal fuse, if you will. And then once he lets off the gas or pulls up to a stoplight and the RPMs fall down to 0, it automatically resets itself. So the battery light goes out and the gauges come back on. So Muller says your voice is low, Pirate. I can't help you with that. They control that through GrayLeaf, Muller. I think he's always had a parasitic drain, Peace Fish, to be fair. That was why if he didn't drive his car around, say he didn't drive it for a week, the battery would go dead. And part of that, I think, is if you take the sun visors down, it has like a makeup mirror with a light on it. I think one of those was staying on all the time. And that would be enough to do it over a period of time. But we put a brand new battery in it. I checked all the terminal cables and all that. But when I started the car up with the old alternator on it, the brand new battery showed 14 volts. If I put my tester on the alternator, it didn't even show 12. It was like 11.9. It wasn't even putting out enough power to replace what the car needed just to run with no headlights. So you know, there was an issue with the alternator. Everybody, the twits over at the parts store and my wife, they've all convinced themselves there's some sort of a wiring problem here. I'm like, no, there wasn't a wiring problem. There's a fucking alternator problem, and the one you gave me to replace it is fucking junk. And nobody wants to fucking believe me on that. So now the only way I can prove my theory, it's going to cost me $400 because they refused to take this piece of shit back. There's a brand new one sitting there that they should have gave me the first place, and I got to buy that one. I'm convinced if I put it on that car right now, everything will be right as rain. So again, I get to be right, and I get to pay $400 for it. It makes me want to drive over there tonight at 2 in the morning and throw that fucking alternator through the front window of that store. But I haven't done stuff like that since I was about 19 years old. Dynamite says those twits at the store know nothing about cars. Exactly, Dynamite. Half of those motherfuckers they don't even know where the spare tire's at, much less how to fucking work on it. Regulator piece fish cup, it's internally regulated, and that's exactly what I said. So you get cool points for that. I told them that they put it on their bench test over there, and they go, it's making electricity. I said, I'm like, for the third goddamn time, I'm not claiming that your alternator's not making electricity. I'm saying that the internal voltage regulator is defective. And of course, I don't think they test for that. I might be wrong, but I don't think their test equipment is set up for that. But yeah, that's what I think is going on here. It has what I've understood, please fish, is there's 3 diodes inside of that alternator. And they said if one of those diodes goes out, it'll create problems. It'll still make electricity. It'll still may or may not charge a battery, but you can get into issues like this at different RPMs because it's set up that way. So I did, an exhaustive search on the internet. And there's all kinds of shit on Mustang owners clubs and parts club, all that, and everyone said the same thing: alternator, internal regulator. So told Mrs. Pirate, I said, you can do this or take it to Firestone. Or the mechanic of your choice. Take your credit card, your checkbook, and take it to somebody smarter than me and leave me alone. I've done all I can do. They're like, no, we don't want to do that. And then they start with, we can put a new wiring harness on. I'm like, all you motherfuckers, you and your mom and you're going to you can't even put a goddamn battery in. You think you're going to swap a wiring harness out. So when they say we, what they mean is, Dad, you're going to put a wiring harness on it. And I'm like, well, you can shit and fall back in it because I'm not doing it. Take it to Firestone. So she's going to take it to Firestone. He's going to call her in an hour and they're going to say, this alternator's bad. And we're right back to where we were 3 days ago. Hopefully you can understand, at least those who have become my friend over the last 4 years, can understand where my aggravation comes from in all of this. A large part of it is when people ask me my opinion or what I expect them to do, and then they don't value that. Why did you come to me in the first place? You come to seek knowledge. You ask my input. I tell you what to do, and then you argue with me. Why are you here? Go away. Leave me alone. Brian Carpenter said he can get a job there. I'm certain, Brian, anybody can get a job there. All they need you to do is there's a computer there. You go in, that's why they ask you, what's the year to make and a model? You tell them your car, and that's necessary. It's the same as the old days when you go through a book. It's all computerized now. And then they look on the computer and you tell them, I need a starter for my 1975 Corvette. And they type in 1975 Chevrolet Corvette. They look through, they're like, we have 3 options, sir. Which one of these would you like? The one from Chevrolet, they don't even do that. Would you like the lifetime warranty model, the 2-year warranty model, or the piece of shit that might break in a month? They're different prices. Which one do you want, sir? Then sometimes they have it on the shelf, sometimes it's next day. They don't even know what's in the box. They just know how to swipe your credit card. They go back there and pick it off the shelf and hand it to you. They wouldn't be able to open the hood and show you where that starter went if their fucking life depended on it. That's the way it is. Cool. Highway Frog says, everybody have a great weekend. He said he's heading to try to fix his refrigerator that's flagging high temp. Yep, the struggle is real, Frog. Good luck, man. I wish you success, man. Mason Bluetooth said, I know it's not the case, but his buddy had a subwoofer installed in his trunk and had a screw installed through a wire that gave him the same problem. Maybe. And it's funny that you say that, Maze. I think I shared it yesterday or the day before. This car does indeed have a big, crazy subwoofer and fucking speakers in the trunk. Now, to be fair, my son didn't install that shit. The cop, it was a lady, a female cop, which if I had known that, I wouldn't have bought the fucking car to begin with because I'm just fucked up like that. But it was a female cop, a black lady. She was a female cop, and she bought this GT Mustang, brand new. And for whatever reason, she drove it, and she put some tires and rims on it. She had a big, crazy stereo system in the trunk and whatever. And as time went on, and it gathered fucking mileage, I guess she probably went and got her a brand new car. This was for sale. And my son stumbled upon it, and my wife, and he went and looked at it. They test drove it and bought it and brought it home for a 16-year-old boy. And I asked them if they'd lost their fucking minds. I'm like, who gives a hot rod to a kid who can barely drive? You're fucking crazy. But to Logan's credit, he's a pretty demure, good young man. He ain't got a lot of wild side in him. He's not really the burnout guy or the doing donuts kind of guy. So it worked out in that respect. But I told them, I said, when you open the hood and you saw that they had like added wires to the battery to power up the super secret stereo system, when I grew up, we called that molested. The car has been molested. Shade tree mechanics, people who think they know more than they do, they have added shit. And it normally creates problems down the road. Now, whether or not that's what we're up against here, that's yet to be determined. Dynamite made a joke. He said, you tell them you want a clutch kit and they ask you if it's for a manual or automatic. Exactly, Mike. That's the kind of shit that you go, Jesus, where do they find these people to hire? Go lay down. Come on. I'm in the mood for you. Sometimes these animals around here, specifically Mrs. Pirate's cats, they're like getting pecked to death by duck. High maintenance motherfuckers. There's not a minute that goes by they're not crying for something. Water, food, attention, indoor, outdoor. Take both of those motherfuckers in a car and drive them up the highway and throw them out if I could. Unfortunately, that wouldn't go well for me. Well, on a positive note, the electricians that have advised me that they are all caught up with their pool project, at least what they can do at this level. They installed the computer that monitors the salt water and activates the cell that has like a catalytic converter. It takes salt and splits it and releases the chlorine from the atoms. And it powers the pump and, of course, the pool light, make everything look fancy after dark. So they've got all of that wiring done. And they even took the time to make sure that the switch was working inside the house. So that's positive. Breaking news, it appears that Walgreens, it's called Walgreens Boots, WEA on the stock market. They're going private. $10 billion deal. Sycamore Partners are paying $11.45 per share, I guess. So if you're in Walmart, or excuse me, Walgreens, you're no longer going to be a publicly traded company.